Here we go. Hi everybody and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. I am your big sis Sumiko, and we're going to continue on with the story after one more quick intermission, because I have a journal to pick up from a sweet little kitty cat. Damn, that is cool. I want them wings. I want them wings. We'll get there. Eventually. I get all the cool things. Eventually. Okay, and we'll work on the journal later, but for now... Where are you? Good ol' Arenvald is in Rauger's Reach. Hero of the Resistance, greetings and well met. I wish to thank you for your countless deeds in service to our cause, and to share with you an opportunity which I believe may be of interest to you. There is a great and wise man, a veteran of countless battles, who waits for you outside Rauger's Reach. Go to him and he will unfold all. That sounds like a scam. I'll get to you. Hold on. There's so many things to pick up now. Mr. Boy. Greetings, Sumiko. Twould seem we are to accompany Arenvald into some manner of escapade. Have you any idea what we've gotten ourselves into? Allow me to explain. It'll be something of a history lesson, but I'll try to be brief. No snoring, if you please. Now, the events I would speak of occurred before the occupation, back when Alamigo was still a monarchy and Theodoric sat the throne. A uniquely brutal despot, by all accounts. That he was. The King of Ruin suffered no rivals, real or imagined, and his dispute with the monks of the Fist ended with Rauger's Reach being burned to the ground. In the latter years of his rule, he was seized by the unshakable belief that the unseen forces were conspiring to steal his crown, and so he ordered that every soul with a claim to the throne be executed, including his own family. The wealth of the poor sods he put to death became the property of the king, and it said that these royal treasures were hoarded somewhere in the palace. Thus was born the legend of the Mad King's Trove. Ah, I believe I see the direction our adventure is to take. I assume you have a mind to unearth this hidden bounty? You assume correctly. And would I also be correct in assuming that this legend is widely known? Others must surely have gone in search of your prize, tempting as it is. Well, of course, we won't be the first to make the attempt. Following Alamigo's liberation, more than a few eager soldiers turned the palace upside down in hopes of claiming an easy fortune. But even after scouring every room from dawn to dusk, they uncovered not a single coin. Their gold lust rained away as quickly as it had come, and the legend of the Mad King's Trove remained simply that, a legend. But I see you have no intention of letting the story end there. What self-respecting adventurer would? Imagine the three of us delving into decades-old mystery. Tell me the thought doesn't set your heart to racing. You got it. Yeah, I need to change my hair. I'm not vibing with it anymore. Yeah. I learned how to box. Alright. Sorry, I'm attempting to fix my hair. There's so many blue quests. What was I doing? I'll be right back, Alphino. You just wait. Okay, so this is for the raids. In case you haven't heard, we set up operations in Valgarich while we look for Omega. It's been decidedly slow going, I'm sorry to say, and we still haven't seen the blasted thing since it disappeared during the battle with Shinryu. Which is not to say we haven't made any progress. We know now that Shinryu ended up in the Imperial's hands and that it was shackled with some very distinctive looking bindings when they found it. Obviously, you know what could have done something like that, and the fact that the restraints were still functioning suggests it didn't shut down when the chief instructed it to either. Anyway, we were getting close to identifying Omega's whereabouts when we encountered what you might call a problem. Mayhap it would be best if you came to the workshop and saw for yourself. Or twin. To kill a coral. Ah, Zumiko, just the woman I was looking for. As you may know, Rauger's Reach used to be the pilgrimage site for followers of Fists of Rauger. Atop the mountain lies the remnants of the Temple of the Fists, which was once the center of their religion. It was filled with monks training their minds and bodies right up until the Mad King Theodoric decided to raise the temple. Curiously enough, a young lady recently approached me saying she wishes to explore the ruins herself. I immediately turned down her request, knowing that she alone could not survive the routes to the ruins. But then I thought of you. I am positive that you are strong enough to protect her while she explores. The girl's name is Marjorie. If you are willing to help, seek her out by the doors which lead to the temple. I imagine she is still there pestering Rotmar to let her in. Poor guy. Whatever did he do to deserve that fate? Idiot. What is that one? Excuse me, miss. You're Zumiko, right? My name's Filiot. Newly joined to the Garland Ironwork, excuse me. Pleased to meet you. I hate to be a bother, but I've got somewhere I'd like to take you. Wedge told me he once asked you to peek inside the fractal continuum, is that right? Well, the thing is, we've recently detected a strange signal coming from the inside. Knowing our luck, it's likely some Allagan weapon running amok, but we won't know for sure until someone goes to find out. We were hoping that someone be you, if you're up for the job. Oh, thank the gods. I'll see you in Nasus Law then. And off he goes. I'm still on the hunt for the Snake Tribe quest. Surprised? Aye, so were we. He's been brought in as a consultant, believe it or not. How many times do I have to tell you? We will play no part in this investigation. Your motives were dubious from the first, and nothing you have done since has served to make them any clearer. Out of necessity, I agreed to take part in Omega's activation, but that will be the extent of our cooperation. Passing judgment without due consideration, openly disparaging colleagues, not very chiefly of you, Chief. I'll have you know I'm a sensitive new recruit who thrives on encouragement. Then I trust you'll thrive elsewhere when I encourage you to piss off. I will not have him on our roster, Jesse. Never mind anywhere near our work. His employment is to be terminated, effective immediately. Thing is, Chief, we've already paid him in full. And it wasn't exactly a pittance either. 4/5 of what you get as was the ingredient. 4/5? That's so much money. Well, whatever disagreements you might have had in the past, the fact is, we could do with his expertise now. Let him earn his keep at the very least. I don't believe this. You claim my wholly justified ventures presented an unsustainable risk to the ironworks, and then pay him a sultan's ransom in advance? Him? Give me strength. This has been the way of it for a while now, on account of which we've had to put the investigation on hold. Let me know how it goes, I'm leaving. Let's investigate by ourselves. This ditch. As much as I admire your enthusiasm, hero, you will not get very far without some brains to complement your admirable brawn. Happily, I am blessed with a surfeit to the former. From this moment forth, you shall be my chaperone. With the realm's savior watching my every move, I couldn't possibly make any mischief, which should surely serve to allay my employer's concerns. Forgive me, Sumiko. It was not my intent to embroil you in this mess. I didn't even know you were here. Seeing as you are, though, I cannot deny that I would be glad to have you on board. The fact is, we are no closer to understanding the true extent of Omega's powers, and even if it was damaged during its encounter with Shinryu, it seems highly doubtful that we will be able to disable it unaided. We have got as far as identifying its likely resting place, but I, for one, would feel a lot more confident about surveying the area with you around to deal with any unexpected surprises. Might I persuade you to lend us a hand once more, old friend? Can count on me. Then it's settled. Who are you? You don't even have a name, just a nameless man. Chief, we have a problem. The aether concentrations levels at the yawn are soaring. Our readings doubled from one moment to the next, and by the time we went to check on them, they doubled again. But that could only mean... Evacuate the site. I shall handle this matter personally. Biggs, Wedge, Sumiko, I need you with me at the yawn, to the south of here. That's where we believe Omega came to rest. Jesse, hold the fort while I'm gone, and, if possible, continue surveillance from a safe distance. All right, Chief, watch yourself out there. The look of disdain. Am I to stay and mind the shop, too? Oh no, I'm not letting you out of my sight. But before you fill the room with maniacal laughter, I want you to remember something. When you collect your inexplicably lavish fee, the Ironworks Creed became your creed. That's freedom through technology, in case you've forgotten, not supremacy through elegant ingenuity. Breach this contract and I will have my pounds of flesh. The way he just chasses out of the building. I don't think... Oops. Yeah, I went and bought myself stuff. Because I was impatient. Alright, well, that's fine. I have another quest to grab. By shiny. Oh, you're the dude from... I was just there, Idleshire. Demiko, you're a hard woman to find. I heard you'd thrown in your lot with the Resistance, so I came here looking for you. Truth is, we've run into a spot of bother back at the Arbitorium and could use your help. If you're not too busy breaking your fast on Garleans, or whatever you've been doing out here, we'd be glad for your expertise. If you fancy lending a hand, I'll be over at St. Mossy Ann's. I remember him. Oh, accessories. I'll have to double check what I'm currently wearing. The news of Doma and Alamigo's liberation has kindled the flames of revolution in every corner of the Empire. I hear the imperial province of Dalmasca has already risen up in rebellion. For Dalmasca! Which means the Guardians must surely have their hands full. What better time now than to indulge in such a diversion? Tell us, Arenvald, have we any clues as to where we might begin our search? Well, judging by how the other treasure hunters fared, nosing about the palace isn't like to get us anywhere. So, we'll probably need to, ask around. Would that be another way of saying no? Well, yeah. I see. In that case, I shall pay a visit to the Allied Archivists and request access to the records seized from the Imperials. The Garleans are meticulous about such things. If they've uncovered the trove during their occupation, the event is certain to have been recorded. In the meantime, the two of you can track down those who worked as Palad's servants and officials in Theodric's day. Given that they would have been at least 20 at the time, you will be looking for people who have seen 40 summers or more. Anything they can tell you about the king and his bloody deeds may prove useful, so be sure to listen well. Arenvald, try your luck at the fringes and the peaks while Sumiko makes the rounds in the Alamican quarter. Huh? In here I was thinking I was the party leader. Not that I mind, of course. Let's be about it then. We can meet afterwards at Gilbert's Gate. As the subtle crackle of thunder rumbles in the background. So many quests! Oh, and there's another one over here. Alright. Shoom. Can I grab this one now? It's not marked off. Oh, and we shall call it Eureka. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn, if I'm not mistaken. Very good. I've got a message you from Aunt Rowena. Well, it's more of a request, I suppose, though I don't have any details of consequence. She'd like you to assist with the exploration of a recently discovered island. Surely you'd be interested in that sort of thing, being an adventurer. If you are, then you should head to Kugane and see Kotokaze, the proprietress of the Shiokaze holstery. It's a long way to go, I know, but the island's out that way anyway, so... Well... Anything else for me to pick up? No. Alright. Great. Up we go. It is you, the legendary adventurer instrumental in the liberation of our homeland. Though it took an army to see it through, I have heard tell of your singular accomplishments, both here and in faraway lands. I know the type. You are a warrior through and through, ever searching for a new challenge. A woman who lives for those moments when all hangs in the balance. Did I say something odd? No, of course not. Not far from here is a place where monks of the Fists of Valgor once honed body and spirit, the Circles of Answering, and, by the grace of our Doman patron, it is reborn. She who fights with strength of stone unyielding, breathes deep of boundless sky, and embraces serenity of rolling sea, against her none can stand. To wit, you will face striking dummies possessed of the fortitude of fantastic fiends and otherworldly foes. Attack them with your might and main, and should you triumph in the allotted time, you will know that you have the strength to defeat them, though you may still die in the process. They are dummies after all, but will not hit back. That goes without saying. Doubtless you are intrigued. When curiosity overwhelms you, I shall deliver you to Stone Sky. Well, it is still the Circles of Answering in name, but you must nevertheless embrace the wisdom of the elements to overcome your trials. Oh, how foolish of me. I forgot to tell you the best part. It's free. Free, you say? Gotcha. Can I fly here now? I can! Alright. Time to get some free experience. By heading in the wrong direction. Okay. And what more? Most everything on this end is good. Something to pick up at Peering Stones, but then everything in that bottom corner is. Elephant! I forgot where the peering. Oh, there it is. It's like it's around here somewhere. Ah, Tsumiko, might I try to trouble you for a moment of your time? In recent days, a young seeker of the sun has seen fit to issue me several challenges to combat. I can only assume he means to assume the role of Nun and leader of our people. Tradition dictates the strongest among us must take the position, so I gladly face any who believe they are fit to lead. The problem, however, is this challenger is decidedly weak. Yet no matter how many times I put him down, he refuses to concede. His invitations to duel were a mild annoyance at first, but I've come to find his single-minded determination to be intriguing. In fact, I was hoping you would consider training him. I realize how absurd it sounds to help my rival to be, but I am curious of his potential. If you would take him under your wing, he is likely loitering about Virjala. Safe travels. Not right now, thank you. Down this way. Let's grab this one too. Great. Dangerous snake lady. Swaggering seeker of the sun. Hello, sir. You are the adventurer that's been sauntering about the village. What do you want? Over here doing squats by yourself? Miraz asked you to train me? Huh. I don't need his pity, and I certainly don't need you. And I'll prove it. After I beat you bloody, I'll defeat Miraz and take my rightful place as nun. Sir. Damn it all, why? Why am I so weak? All I did was bop you, you're fine. Very fine. If you mean to train me, then get on with it. That's what you came here for, isn't it? Good. After a few lessons from you, Miraz will wish he never sent you to me. I refuse to end up like my father. I will become stronger, even if it means accepting help from my enemy. Where were we? I should probably introduce myself. You can call me Mazette. Now, how about you show me what you can do? Hold a minute. I didn't mean I want to fight again. I want to observe. Preferably from a safe distance. A gazelle would be a good fight, and they graze nearby. Let's be off. He's so excitable. But I think he's been whacked across the head a couple too many times, because he just bounced right back like nothing even happened. Hello. Big vat of purple. What in the seven hells is going on here? A veritable sea of condensed ether. Our precious has been busy. What villainy is this? In slumber sweet have I lain since mine offspring's war with man did end, yet I could not choose but stir at this abhorrent stench. Have care, mortal, for within this great hollow lieth Omega. Long have we known one another, our history spanneth eons and stars. Oh god, what's happening? No chocobo. No Chobi. Get out of here. It's just You're not dead. Apparently not. It passed straight through me, as if it were some sort of illusion. Tis one of Omega's creations. Omega is a weapon wrought in a place beyond the reach of thy kind, capable of weaving ether into life. That serpent is yet unfinished, but doubt not that it will become a corporeal threat ere long. Schnick. It don't move too graceful, does it? Well, whatever it is, it's gone. Well, this particular thing remains. It's a choby. If it looks like a chocobo and quads like a chocobo, I'm thinking it's probably a chocobo. It's far too cute to be a chocobo. The way it quez isn't unlike a chocobo, but it looks more like a stuffed doll to me. It's definitely a chocobo, trust me on this. The ones we Lalafels ride are about this size, aren't they? I suppose. Alright, let's go with chocobo for now. Thy mistress's blessing extendeth not unto this creature's soul, then... Very well. As this matter concerneth Omega, I shall speak with it in thy stead. Tsumiko, aren't you going to introduce us to your knowledgeable little dragon friend? That's Midgardsormr. Just a small sprightly form. The Midgardsormr who fought and fell at the Battle of Silvertear Skies. Maniacal laughter. And here I was, content to be traveling in the company of just one legend. Without wishing to offend you, hero, the Father of Dragons does have something you do not, and that being relevant knowledge. There is much we could learn from him. Little less is known about Omega's origin. It first appeared in records dating back to the Third Astral Era, before the Allegan Empire reached its zenith, and said records had but the one thing to say: Omega activation successful. In the centuries that followed, the Allegans enjoyed rapid technological development, but there was nary a further mention of Omega until its capture of Bahamut. Its existence is a mystery among mysteries, a tale among tales. 'Twas already assumed that the Allegans built it, and I had no reason to believe otherwise. But now Midgardsormr tells us it's not even of our world. Just so, it haileth from another star. More than that I will not say. I have spoken with this being. It telleth of a strange plane beyond this hollow, wherein it did reside from the moment of its creation. For reasons unknown, it was ordered to fight, yet being weak, it chose flight instead, and thus crossed over unto this world. Ordered to fight? By Omega? Why in the Seven Hells would it do that? To put its creations to the proof. If you would know more, go forth and look upon the truth with your own eyes. Wait, you're saying we should jump in? You have not to fear from the fall. The Hallow hath become a portal into Omega's domain. Once there, this being shall guide you. Servant of Heideland, fate bindeth me to Omega. If it be thine intent to pursue it, I shall lend thee my strength. So you, can really show us around inside the hole, can you? Take that as a yes. Well, I doubt any of us imagined things would come to this, but the Father of Dragons has given his assurance. Let us take our investigation into the Yawn. I have already apprised Jessie of our intent and instructed her to have our engineers on standby. Since we have no way of knowing what awaits us in there, I need you to be ready for anything. Are you? Yeah. We ready? Let us begin. isn't the inspirational music? The only thing solid is little Joby. What is this place? What's wrong with us? I can see straight through me. Welcome home, Alpha. Welcome, mortals. Ooh. I am Omega, and I have awaited your coming. I communicate with you now via one of my monitors. You stand in the rift between dimensions, where a vital experiment is presently in progress. Your participation is appreciated. Please indicate your consent. Beep. Experiment? If you want our participation, you'll have to tell us a little more than that. We're disappearing. Non-participating entities will be summarily erased. Please indicate your consent. Seems we can't even exist here without Omega's leave. I think it's fairly clear what we have to do, don't you? Alright, we consent. Cute baby. Thank you for your cooperation. You are provisionally assigned to the Alpha group. Bright light, deep darkness. Balls. Balls and eggs. I like it. Looks like some matter of tower or egg. The aim of the experiment is to determine the mightiest being in creation. To that end, 89 candidates have been selected and recreated. They are grouped by dimension, matched by strength, and pitted against one another. That which you identify as a chocobo is Subject Alpha, and you have been assigned to its group. What even is that word? This assignation is tentative, however, pending an assessment of your fitness to serve as fully fledged test subjects. Your combat capabilities will be evaluated shortly. Combat capabilities? You mean you want us to fight? I like his necklace. Affirmative. A course shall be constructed for this purpose, through which you must attempt to fight your way. Your suitability will be confirmed upon reaching the Deltascape test world beyond. Please know, however, that only entities with existential authorization may interact with objects in the rift. Of your number, only Alpha has this at present. Before you may engage in combat, said authorization must be temporarily transferred to you. Beep, boop. he's gone mad again. An invitation from Omega itself? Not even I could have foreseen this. We are accepting it, of course. It's preferable to summary erasure, as I'm sure you'll agree. You got me. We're all good. Alpha, was it? My colleagues and I are minded to participate in Omega's experiment. Will you transfer your authorization to us? Existential authorization transferred. Subjects ready to engage. Please begin at your own convenience and proceed as directed. We'll do this and then we'll get back to our adventures with Arenvald. Such a small little field. Let the fun begin. Barriers are my specialty. I'll have this down before you know it. It's gonna blow! With a sword. No, he's using a wrench, I think. Dumb boy. Another one. It seems they'll continue spawning so long as the monitor is operational. That's fine. And now to bed. Oopsie. Now that I'm looking at it, it kind of feels like we've been reduced. Like in size. It kind of feels like we're inside an atom, you know? Like we're in like a little molecule. Or like the little balls are molecules and whatnot. Ugh. Worst roller coaster of my life. Yeah. Oh, because they're also attacking. That makes sense. Oops. Alderonders. I don't even know what kind of a name that is. What? Out we go. Why am I always the last to go? Ugh. Oh god. Oh, that was uncomfy. I did not like that. Hey. Are you guys talking to yourselves? I got you. Why is that one 3 high? What are you? Ooh. Over here, buddy. And we'll do some AoEs. Point this way. That was almost bad. Meteor is never good. Hooray! What castle is that? That's our goal. The Deltascape, if I'm not mistaken. What do you think is waiting for us in there? Omega said that it groups subjects by dimension. If the creatures we fought on the way here were merely intended to separate the wheat from the chaff, it would seem certain that far greater challenges await inside those egg-laid objects, our fellow test subjects most like. But I am not certain what to make of the castle. Could it somehow be connected to the subjects? Make away. Alpha, hold on a moment. Shouldn't either one of us be at the Shouldn't either one of us be translucent? Bloop. Subjects confirmed to have arrived at the Deltascape. Analysis complete. Congratulations, you are approved for participation. Your strength places you in the self-same tier as Alpha, the feeblest and farthest removed from myself. Nonetheless, you are now fully fledged test subjects. Welcome, weakest of challengers. As corporeal life forms, you need not undergo development within a test world. Instead, you may use this space freely. Not quite what I would have chosen, but one must make do. Speaking of which, what is it that we're supposed to do exactly? You are to enter the Deltascape and defeat all test subjects within. Please note, however, that strength in numbers will not be acknowledged. There's a strict limit upon how many entities may participate in combat. Only a small party may have the existential authorization transferred from Alpha. Good luck. Bloop. So the eggs do contain our fellow test subjects, just as I predicted, huh, Garland? Before we turn our thoughts to the Deltascape, I suggest we set a base of operations here. How many egg? We'll keep that there for now, and we'll come back. I must be a productive member of this quest line. Given Alphino plenty of time to do some research. Middle-aged Highlander. In the palace? No, not me, lass. Surely you've heard stories of the Mad King. He used to hold public executions up on the divine audience. Anyone, and I mean anyone, suspected of conspiring against the crown was flung from the top of those steps. Suffice it to say that I stayed as far away from the palace as possible. Curious. Mature maid. Fair maiden. You want to hear an old maid's stories, do you? Aye, well, most of what I know of the Mad King is common knowledge. We'd only see his royal majesty when he deigned to attend the executions he's ordered. And after a while, even watching his enemies die wasn't enough to coax him out of hiding. They say he started seeing assassins in every shadow and wouldn't set foot outside the palace walls. I was offered work there as a royal servant once, but the mere thought of it left me in a cold sweat. Fair enough, fair enough. Some bros brawling in the streets. A drunk man not knowing how to keep his hands to himself. How do you get through these streets? Excuse me? Here we go. I served at the pleasure of King Theodoric and lived to tell the tale. One of the palace guards, I was. Truth be told, it was a dark chapter in my life and one I'd sooner forget. Hardly a night went by when we didn't hear blood-curdling screams echoing from the inner chambers, which Of course, we were under orders to ignore, so we'd stand still as statues trying not to imagine what horrors were unfolding within. If you're hell-bent on finding out what happened in the palace, head down the street here and ask old Arenvald. He was the king's head scribe. Arnold? You? You. Yes, I am Arnold. What do you want with me? Old man Arnold? If you would have me dredge up some decidedly unsavory members. Yet if Alamigo is to move forward, we must needs acknowledge the misdeeds of the past. Very well, I shall tell you what I remember. I take it you know of Theodric's paranoia and the public executions of his kinsmen? Those were terrible enough, but in his last days the king's fevered mind settled upon an even grislier method of disposal, which only a chosen few were unfortunate enough to witness. His Majesty ordered the court thaumaturge to unleash a vile curse upon the remaining members of the royal family, a magic which transformed them into fiends of hideous aspect. The resulting monstrosities were then cast into the darkness below the palace. Even now my sleep is troubled by nightmares. If others of Theodric's blood were prone to share his madness, then mayhap it is a kindness that the monarchy ended with him. These streets be a labyrinth. I am done trying to traverse them. Since we're all here, why don't we share what we've learned? Allow me to begin then. As promised, I scoured the Imperial records for any mention of fantastic treasures and found precisely none. It is just possible, I suppose, that a corrupt official deliberately hid the fact of the trove's discovery, hoping to enrich himself. But I find it rather unlikely that so valuable a find would stay secret for long. I conclude that our prize either does not exist, or that the Imperial somehow overlooked it. But what of you, Demiko? Were your investigations any more fruitful? I learned how he killed his family. Turned into monsters! And what could he mean by this darkness beneath the palace, I wonder? I met an old man in Aligiri who spoke of the palace's subterranean prison, but he said naught of cursed abominations. The Imperial Archives was also silent on the subject of fiends inside the palace grounds. Could this scribe fellow have been spinning her a yarn, do you think? Do you believe him, Timiko? His fear seemed genuine. If he was afraid, that does lend credence to the tale, though I'm not sure how that helps us in our search. Don't be so hasty. Arenald's anecdote may very well have told us where the trove is hidden. But ere I share my theory, there's a matter I would clarify. Arenvald, you spoke of light-hearted adventure, but I sense deeper motive for this expedition. Why are you so intent on finding this treasure? It wasn't all pretense, I swear it, but you're right. My father was in the Imperial Army, a man of Garlean blood. I trust you know what I mean when I say that my Alamigan mother did not welcome my arrival. Oh. As I grew, she would check my brow over and over, convinced that a spot on my skin was an emerging third eye, like the kind you would see in pure-blood Garleans. My mother did not care for this taunting reminder of my heritage and took up a knife. War paint serves to cover the scar. Oh, the poor boy. In the end, she turned me out into the street, and I was left to hunt the alleyways of Alamigo, a feral child who got what he needed through begging, cunning, or worse. The best I could say about the years that followed is that I survived. But I hated the animal I'd become. Eventually, I left the city behind me and joined a group of refugees bound for the other side of the wall. It was then that I turned to adventuring, and that road led me to the company of the Scions. I tell you this so that you understand. I know all too well what poverty and hunger can do to a person. I drew steel on ordinary folk for a measly crust of bread. With Yodric's gold, I could spare my countrymen the shame of living like that. Thank you, Arenvald, and I apologize. That could not have been pleasant to recall, but I felt it best to be clear in our intentions. Well, Timiko, are you content to surrender the treasure to Arenvald's noble cause and claim the thrill of adventure as your reward? Well, duh. We gotta do it for the homie. Then I should be glad to tell you my theory on the resting place of the Mad King's Trove, if you are minded to hear it. Oh, I did not look. Let's see. I don't care for the earring, but... I'll take the A-ring. Actually, mayhap it would be better if we first adjourned to a more suitable location. In case a rival treasure hunter overhears our plans, you mean? Good thinking. That was not exactly the reason, but is certainly a valid concern. Let us reconvene on the southern edge of Loch Seld. And I can travel over the wall. It's the small things. It's the little things. Gonna go find us a treasure. We're gonna become rich in experience and adventure, but not actual money because we're giving it all to charity, which is okay. Everyone deserves solid foundation. Forgive me, 'twas not my intention to draw out proceedings. I simply wish to have the lock in sight while I explain things. Prior to the great flood of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, the salt lakes you see before you were yet dry ravines. And this, believe it or not, was the site of the ancient city of Scala, which rose and fell during the Fifth Astral Era. From what we know of the period, the city was already deserted by the time the waters began to rise, leaving all but destroyed by war. Yet its ruins remain to this day at the bottom of Loch Seld. It is my belief that the darkness beneath the palace, mentioned by Theodoric's former scribe, was not a reference to the prison, but to a place still further below, the ruins of Scala. I further surmise that the Mad King's unfortunate kinsmen were cast down there not simply out of a desire to punish them, but to discourage exploration. Theodoric wanted to keep the ruins secure. Wait, you're saying they were meant to guard the Mad King's Trove? Precisely. And since we know the court thaumaturge was involved, we can safely assume that any entrance to the old city will have been magically concealed. Which would explain how a legion of Imperial soldiers sought, and the gods know how many Alamegans never found a trace of the trove. Smart boy. We, however, have certain advantages which they did not enjoy. Timiko, would you be so good as to swim down to the bottom of the loch and search for an underwater route to the ruins? While you do that, Arenvald and I will seek out an ensorcelled portal within the palace. Deep breaths. Well, no, because the Ruby Sea was also salt water, because it is in fact a sea. But I wonder how much saltier a loch would be over the sea. Because I'm pretty sure that's just what a loch is just like really, really salty water. Inland salt water. If I am not mistaken. Oh god, this is so dark. It's so dark and spooky. I suppose it'd be a little faster if I just... Okay. It's otherwise kind of pretty though. Soul crystals. You discover a passage that appears to lead under the palace foundations. Press on and find out where it goes. Stone door. Rightio. You come to a worn stone door, standing temptingly ajar. It would appear you have found an entrance to the subterranean ruins. Timiko, it's Alphino. We have searched the prison beneath the palace and found a teleportation portal concealed by enchantments. The markings indicate it leads to an underground cavern. What news on your end? And you believe it leads into the ruins? Then I dare say we will be able to meet within. Go on and head through the door. By the way, I took the liberty of calling on a friend for help. I guarantee she's both dependable and discreet. We'll see you soon. Is it Alize? No. Not Alize. I'll take it though. Let's go. Goblin. Why is it sobbing? What have we got? Amanka. You walked out of one but stepped into another. That's okay though. I kind of wish I still had an actual attack that I could move with. Kind of like how Scholar has the... I think it's called Ruin. I got it. Yeah. I know it's called a larva.
Release.
Alright. Nothing else but to kill this one. Let's go. And Kelpie. Good. He got kicked. It's not too bad.
Leave it to me.
I'm happy about some voice lines. He doesn't get to talk all too much. Oh god, the Great Shuffle. Almost there. Okay, woo! I'll beat up a horse. I see something, or is that just like a keyhole for the door? Did you leave Alphino alone? way the Phobad just flings its hands out. They're sassy. Who dat? Oops. Some explosions over here. Yeah, they just fling out their hands like they got something dirty. Like they touched something icky. I can't use any of the...
Away with you.
the thingies. Oof.
Leave it to me. Release.
You won. We're not going in the hole. Okay. We're going through the door. And that reminds me of the Pokemon. Was it Beidon? No. I don't remember the name, but I remember exactly what it looks like. But that's it. That's it. That's a Pokemon. Oh, excuse me? You tell him. Alright. I got one all by myself. Oops. That is some intense light.
Away with you.
And it kind of looks like something was melted over top of it. Ew, was that a mouse? It is a mouth with some eyes in the front. Oops, I missed the timing. I was a little behind, guys. I'm sorry. I was lacking. So we got water, we got earth. The next one's gonna be either wind or fire. Just you wait. One or the other. What was that? Hello? Rombetto. Oh no. It's a dude. This is also a dude. Ooh. And that, oh yeah. Each of these slots is where they put somebody. That is not cool, Theodoric. Not cool. Then again, if you're sound of mine, I doubt this would have been even a thing. Ooh.
Try this.
Nothing of these.
Away with you.
The light. I can see. Another dead dude. I want to know what had a skull that big that they could just unsanctimoniously slay. Oh. Angna. The Gogna. Hello. A rotting royal. Sounds like a jolly good time. Hey you. Fireball. Yeah, I don't like no part of the clay thing. It unsettles me in a very uncomfortable way. Not that one. Did it? Is that the Audric? He looks like a mad scientist. That looks like a noble gentleman, however. Broderick Poison Tongue. Got that wiggle tail. He got that wiggle butt. Ooh. I am confused. Let me move. I would like no one to die, please.
Focus. Release.
Yeah, no, Arenvald's doing pretty good. I have sold some. I haven't had to heal him all too much, which is really nice. Pop them over here. Ooh. Ah. 2, 1. Here.
Try this.
I wonder if Theodric would have went so far as to turn himself into a beastie to protect his horde. Phew. Man, he is ugly in that portrait. Who are you? Definitely not Theodric. You don't look mad enough. Look at all this stuff. Why is your hair like that, sir? I don't agree with it. I don't agree with you. Again, mad scientist vibes, not a mad king.
Twould appear this place is yet inhabited by King Theodoric's kin, or what is left of them. The work of terrible magics, I fear.
Terrible, aye. But their misfortune is our fortune?
Quite. By the 12, there is even more than I imagined.
Your vines, you
Oh, I
got your
can't wait to see the look on
vases.
Lisa's face. Thanks for believing in me, you two.
The ever-burning candles that seem to have never gone out. Who comes down here to light these things? The beasties that inhabit this underground treasure trove? Arenvald and I tried to do our fair share, but I fear you ended up bearing the bulk of the burden as usual. You truly led the way with your adventuring prowess, my friend. Aye, without your help, I'd reckon we'd still be fumbling about in the dark. I'm glad I called on you. I must say, I'm still rearing at the sight of that mountain of riches. Like how you reeled at the sight of that floating spectre, you mean? I wish you could have seen the look on your own face, Alphino. He doesn't like ghosts. Must we dwell on such momentary lapses? We have found the Mad King's trove, and that is all that matters. The butcher's blood. All jesting aside, we must tell people the good news. I think Lise should be the first. Seconded. She is bound to be delighted. If I am no longer needed, then I shall take my leave. Of course, don't let us keep you. Thanks again, and say hello to Vama for me. Now then, there is to be a meeting of representatives from across Anamigo, so Lise is sure to be in the city. Shall we seek her out? deign to run through these streets again. Elise? I have been looking for you. Oh, you three look pleased with yourselves. What have you been up to? I'm glad you asked, Lise, and I'm pretty sure you're going to like the answer. You're joking. The Mad King's Trove? I thought it was a myth. So did plenty of people, but they didn't have Timiko and Alphino in their party. The credit for finding it should really go to them. As for what to do with it, I vote that it all goes towards alleviating the suffering of Alamigo's poor. Gods, if there's as much as you say. Arenvald did not exaggerate, I assure you. We could not hope to carry even a fraction of it out on our own. I have taken the liberty of sketching out a rough map of the ruins. If you will assemble a squad of your own most trusted freedom fighters, they should be able to follow the route to where the treasure lies. Understood. I'll make sure every coin is accounted for, and that goes for the spending of it as well. Thank you. Oh, there is one other thing. When the time comes to drop a plan for distributing the spoils, I would ask that you consult Alphino. I don't have a head for details. I'm not educated. I see that simply handing out sacks of gil won't solve everything, but I couldn't rightly tell you what to do instead. Oh, I know the feeling. I'd welcome any advice you can give us, Alphino. Of course, I shall be at your disposal. Our smart boy. Commander, we've got a problem. Deep breaths. Tell me what's happened. A mob's gathered outside headquarters, and they have started making demands. You'd best come and see for yourself.
Like hells we will! We know who you've got in there!
We're
not leaving till you hand her over! Bring her out! Bring her out!
What's going on? Someone let slip about Fedora.
It's true then! The bitch really is in there! I knew it! I bloody knew it!
My guy, you need to calm down.
Bring her out! Today we butcher the butcher!
Come on, you don't mean that! We'd be no better than the Imperials if you'd all just calm down!
Calm down! That monster and her thrice damned skulls dragged my man from our home and beat him to death in the street!
Yo, man, huh?
Aye! And my dad! That bitch has spilt enough blood to fill a lock!
We all know her crimes. She's a traitor and a murderer. How many of your resistance friends have died at her hands, eh? And here you are, protecting her!
So that's what all the fuss is about.
And I
Hearken
calm at
to
the
me,
sight of him.
brothers and sisters of Alamigo.
Him.
Hey, who's this?
That's the Bull of Alamigo.
My friends, you are not alone in your anger, your grief, your despair, for it is mine as well. That gnawing pain in your breast, it is enough to bring an old bull to his knees. But I ask you, brothers and sisters, to think not only of the family and friends who were cut down before your very eyes, but to think also of the ones who were abducted, The ones who may yet live. Where were they taken? What became of them? These questions demand answers. I share your thirst for justice, for vengeance. But we will gain only fleeting satisfaction if we give in to our base appetites. We will never know the truth. Now is the time that we, the people of Alamigo, must decide what manner of nation we will build for ourselves, and for generations yet unborn. When they look to our example, will they see a people who held fast to their principles, or one who cast them aside when tried? I say to you, it is our responsibility to give these prisoners a fair trial, that they might answer to all of Alamigo. The Garleans called us savages, and I'll be damned if we prove them right.
I know you're right, I do, but I can't.
You can't really say much against that argument, can you? And poor Lise doesn't quite know the graces of it yet. My thanks, Raubon. Listening to their anger, I could feel myself being swept away. 'Tis a difficult tide to stem. 'Twas the same rage which brought us to our feet and carried us to victory. But now the war is over, all the unspent fury is being channeled into vengeance. Aye, and it's not just here. We've reports of mobs forming all over. They've been targeting folk known to have cooperated with the Garleans. It starts with insults most often, and then someone picks up a stone. Some industrial souls even thought to seek out the graves of Xenos and his officers. It was grim. I want to build a country where everyone, regardless of race or origin, can live side by side in peace. But maybe the time isn't right. Maybe people just aren't ready. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. The representatives will be here soon, and I'll be damned if I'm going to give up before I've even begun. Who are these representatives exactly? Oh, village elders, refugee leaders, and the like. It wouldn't be right for us to dictate the nation's future on our own, so we planned a summit of sorts. We've even invited the Ananta and the Kurgan to participate. Alamigo stands at a crossroads, and this meeting will decide which path it takes. The matter of Fordola's sentence cannot be suffered to disrupt proceedings. Then let's execute her and be done with it. She herself asked to be put to death. Nago! I already explained why we wouldn't do that. Sending her to the gallows might satisfy people right now, but where would it end? Should we round up everyone who collaborated, and everyone who didn't resist, there would be no one left, and we'd be no better than Theodoric and Xenos. Begging your pardon, but might I be allowed to speak with Fordola? Only I caught a glimpse of her past, a moment of it anyway, during the fight. She'd done terrible things, aye, unforgivable things, but in some ways she's a victim of the circumstances in which she was born, and that's something I can understand. All right, speak with the prison guard when you're ready, and I'll come and join you. I want to talk to her too. I'll return to my other duties then. We've barely begun to investigate the facility where they gave Fordola her powers. Be fairly warned, friends. She will test you. Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment when she does. You have the commander's permission to enter, then? Yes, I do. We're gonna go speak with the criminal. It's so dark.
Well, well, well. So many visitors. Come to have a good laugh, have you?
Oh.
Or do you mean to put me out of my misery? To finish what you started? It's about bloody time.
That's not why we're here, no. Do you remember what I said? How I promised you you'd live long enough to see us win our freedom? Well, I meant it. And not to mock you either.
You're wasting your time. All of this is pointless! There's no reason to keep me alive, and you know it! I killed your men. I killed my men! And you know what my only regret is? That I didn't kill you when I had the chance!
That's a lie, and you know it! You think we can't tell what you're trying to do? That we're blind? Yeah, you're a fool, but you're not stupid. You're ruthless. Relentless. You'd give up anything and everything to get what you want. You didn't come this far, climbing over the bodies of your own brothers and sisters just to piss it all away. I see you, Fordola. I see you for what you are.
Three people with the echo in the same room. How about that?
Come along, Fordola. We mustn't be late. The Imperial Viceroy will be attending today's banquet.
All right! Father, what's Lord Gaius like? Is he nice? Are you friends?
There you go again with all your questions. Lord Gaius is a great and honourable man who looks after all of Alamigo. He's very busy, and if we don't hurry, we'll miss our chance to see him.
Filthy tin-head lovers.
Father, what did that man call us?
The little tin-head lover doesn't know what she is, eh? A traitor, sweetheart. A backstabbing bitch who'd gladly betray her kith and kin to gnaw on what few scraps the Imperials deign to toss her. Like your bastard father and whore mother.
That's not true! My parents are good people! They've never done anything like that!
Oh, but they were quick to help themselves and their bitch spawn, weren't they? You're just as guilty as them.
It's a rock.
Fadola!
Traitors!
Please! You have to do something! My husband and daughter are in danger!
Soldiers of the Imperial Army are under no obligation to intervene in the disputes of arms.
We're on.
We're citizens! We have rights!
Ah!
I'm scared!
It's all right. It's all right. They don't understand, but they'll see in time. They'll see that this is the only way to survive. Traitors! Traitors!
Where did they find that many stones?
Let the savages have their fun. They'll be more compliant once they've tired themselves out.
Oh, is he a Alamigo native?
Fadola, please! You already have citizenship! Why would you want to become a soldier? Oh, gods! What have you done to your face?
Forgotten it already, have you? I'm honoring Father's memory.
By telling the world that you know better than a common savage.
Am I though, Mother? Are any of us? Can't you see? Citizenship means nothing to them. If you're not a pure-blood Garlean, you're no different from any other savage. So I'll play the part. I'll join the Legion and I'll make them respect me. And when the mob see that, they'll think twice before throwing their stones. Ansfrid, Rudolph, Emlyn. It's time.
Join the
It'll be
meet.
hard. Humiliating. They'll try to break us. Send us crawling back to our own kind. But we won't, no matter what. We'll bleed for them, die for them if we have to. We'll do whatever it takes to be free!
Group prayer session.
So, you mean to play the part one last time, eh? The unrepentant traitor whose death will serve to unite the people?
Shut up.
You had every chance to kill yourself. Fashion a noose from your clothes, Wait for the guards to leave you alone long enough to slip it over your neck.
I said shut up!
Oh, but then it would have all been for nothing, wouldn't it? Whatever it takes. That's what you said.
Been in my head, have you? Had a little peek at my past?
Not willingly, but yes.
And what? A few stolen memories tell you everything you need to know, do they? Don't you dare patronize me! You don't know a god's damned thing about the life I've led! The bastards that killed him. The bastards that let it happen. My father deserved better! I swore I'd do whatever it took to make them pay!
She got a glimpse of my history instead.
You. All that power. All that pain. It's too much. Too much for anyone. The things they've done to you. The lies. The betrayal. The endless fighting. Yet there you stand. Unbroken. How? Why?
Someone's gotta do it. For those I've lost, and for those I can yet save.
Damn you. Damn you all.
You still have time, Fordola. Think about how you want to spend it. Let's go.
Darkness she goes. That little tune is part of the Garlean anthem, isn't it? I'd never realized that. I don't know that we solved anything exactly, but we've given Fordola something to think about at least. Aye, and I've found something new to think about too. I don't know about you, Timika, but the visions only come to me every now and then. From the way Fordola kept wincing, though, I get the feeling she's having them almost all the time. That's a lot of bad memories to deal with. I wonder, could there be some fundamental difference between one who is born with the echo and one who has been artificially imbued with it? Well, the immortal flames have been scouring that research facility ever since the liberation. There's a chance they might have some answers for us. General Aldine's there overseeing the investigation. Let's go and pay him a visit, shall we? Let's go. Oh. Resinatorium. They're just making up words at this point. General Dean is inside, aye. Will you be joining him? Yes, please. This just looks menacing. Those look like body bags. Possibly. And even more. That's a lot of bodies. If that is indeed what those are. Oh my god, there's even more. Alright, well. That is unpleasant. Let us carry on. What news? You spoke with Fordola, I take it. Yes, as expected, she didn't say very much. But it wasn't a total waste of time. Arenvald noticed something odd about her. He thinks she might be having visions almost constantly, which is not how the echo normally works. Have you found anything here which might explain why it's so different for her? We've been hard-pressed just to organize the research materials, let alone study them. To be frank, I'd welcome the science expert's assistance if you had time to lend a hand. The main investigator. Those are little body bags, aren't they? So many bodies. Everyone a victim of these experiments. Few show any signs of external injury. From what we've been able to determine, they'd perished from forcible ether extrication, which seems a miserable way to die. Ooh, what you got for me, buddy? Designed to drain the ether. Save that one right there. Unlike the others, the interior's been fitted with an array of sensors to measure etheric waveforms. To what purpose, however, I couldn't tell you. This was the one that Cryo was in, wasn't it? The device in which Cryo was held seems even more ominous now you know its purpose. The surrounding pods are marked Supply Subject, while this one is labeled Master Subject. The Ironworks received a request from the Alliance to analyze these devices, and I've been recording everything of interest. Did you notice the labeling? All these pods are designed to drain ether of the occupants, save that one right there. Unlike the others, the interior's been fitted with an array of sensors to measure etheric waveforms. To what purpose, however, I couldn't tell you. I don't like it. I don't like none of it. I know little and less of science, so any light you can shed on this facility's operation would be much appreciated. Sumiko, what did you find? It is strange. Taken in combination with the testimonies of Kryl and Thancred, I do begin to see exactly what the Imperials were attempting here. The enhancements procedure entailed infusing a single candidate with ether siphoned from a multitude of supply subjects. As for the master subject, in this case Kryl, the patterns of her etheric activity would provide a model upon which they would artificially engineer the candidate's aura. In other words, they were trying to recreate Kryl's echo? I believe so, which would explain our prisoner's present state. Kryl is possessed of an unrivaled ability to hear the whispers of the soul, and it seems probable that the procedure engendered the same acute sensitivity in Fordola. The soldiers who guard Fordola, many of them lost friends and family to the skulls, and there's a sentry at her door day and night. If she can't help sensing their thoughts and seeing their past... But you don't just see their paths. You live it. All the emotions, all the pain. Imagine what it'd do to you. You'd never be the same again. Indeed, as you may recall, Hazel was completely transformed by a single glimpse of Hraesvelgur's past. Fordola has been forced to experience the agony of those whose lives she destroyed. The guilt must be unbearable. That explains her request to be executed. Sounds to me like a kind of justice. Regardless, she can suffer on for now. We have more pressing matters to consider. If the result of these experiments have been relayed back to Garlemald, there will be naught to stop the Empire from repeating the trick. They could give the echo to anyone, to an entire legion. We must be ready. We must learn all we can of these gods-forsaken procedures, and Fordola remains our best source of information. She'll not be getting her wish. Not yet. Right. Keep faith, lass. If you're to convince others to follow you, you must believe what you're telling them. People will respond to passion, but not if it's feigned. I understand. Thank you, General. And we should leave the flames to it. Let's go. I go looking for answers about the Echo and end up getting schooled by Raubon. Yet more evidence that I don't know what I'm doing. No wonder people listen to him and not me. General Alden is a veteran of countless campaigns, Lise. You cannot compare yourself to a commander of his experience. I know, but I also know that I couldn't have convinced that mob to give up and go home. Makes me realize how much we rely on his authority, and how much I have yet to learn. I wonder what he'll do when everything here is settled. I mean, it's his homeland. After going to the trouble of winning it back, might he not want to stay? 'Tis a quandary which countless refugees now face, to continue the life they built in Ul'dah, or start again in the land of their birth. Simiko, a moment. I am newly returned from Ul'dah, with a message from the Sultana. Her Grace desires an audience with you. She understands that you have responsibilities here, but asks that you visit the palace at your earliest convenience. Well, I must away to it and attend to other business. Until next time, my friends. He's a cute boy. I like him. Old gentleman he is. An audience with the Sultana. Depending on the nature of her consultation, this might be the perfect opportunity to inquire about the General's future plans. Yes, we'd all like to know about those, Alphino, but not everyone's as comfortable interrogating royalty as you. Take no notice of him, Simiko. You got it. Disregarded. Consider it forgotten. Well, the question of how to put the Mad King's treasure to good use shows no sign of answering itself. Shall we be about it, Arenvald? I'm at your beck and call. And I should be getting back to my own tasks. I'll organize a squad to head down into the ruins and start preparing for the big meeting. Oh, send Nanamo my regards, Simiko. And ours too, if you please. We shall see you on your return. Ulda, is it? Why is Ulda the place that they settled when it's one of the farthest spots? Yes. Bartholomew, my man. You were expected, my lady. Please proceed. Oh yeah, jogging is a thing now.
I thank you for answering my summons in these most interesting times. You have been busy. The liberation
You're not gonna
of
poison
Alamego
yourself
will
again,
have
are you?
far-reaching consequences, and there is a matter upon which I would seek your counsel. I speak of Rauban and his future. All know the tale of his rise from penniless refugee to member of the Syndicate and General of the Immortal Flames. Yet though he has come to call Ulda home, it will never be his homeland. He is a son of Alamego. And now that she is free, I thought it only a matter of time before he sought my leave to return to her. Indeed, I had resigned myself to his loss. Suffice it to say, I was greatly surprised to hear him speak so lightly of handing over the reins in Alamego and retaking his place at my side. I will welcome him with open arms, of course. He is my most trusted advisor and my dearest friend. But I have known the man a long time, and beneath that steely gaze, I spied a flicker of doubt. Whether Rauban chooses to remain in Ulda or return to Alamego, I only wish that he do so with a heart unburdened by guilt or regret. Yet, how can he freely make such a choice, knowing how much I depend on him? It is past time that I learned to discharge my duties as a sultana alone. I must go forth and see my realm with my own eyes, and hear the wind with my own ears. Might I have your company for a brief adventure? Wonderful. Allow me a moment to change into something a touch less conspicuous, and I will join you outside.
Outside where? Outside the room? Outside the hall? Outside Ulda? Quicksand. The quicksand. Okay. Perchance you remember, Lilira, the merchant's daughter. This is the persona I assume when I venture beyond the palace walls to observe my subjects unnoticed. Ordinarily, Papashan would accompany me, but for this particular outing I need an advisor, not a minder. And that is why I requested your company. Over the course of your many adventures, you have met people from all walks of life, in every corner of Eorzea, and I would have and I would make use of your worldly experience. Now, let us be on our way. Our first destination is Stone's Throw, just beyond the Gate of Nald. You got it, Chief. Burwolf. It's not exactly cozy, is it? Look upon this procession of tattered tents. These refugees camp in squalor, at the mercy of the elements and Thanalan's predators both. The city's mighty walls offer safety, but the streets overflow with people as it is, and unless blessed by the hand of Nald himself, no refugee could ever hope to afford a dwelling in Ul'dah. 20 years have passed since the fall of Alamigo, and 5 since the calamity, yet the plight of the poor has grown more desperate, not less. As Sultana, the blame falls upon me. Your hands have been tied, Your Grace. Yes, my authority is limited, and that is an obstacle I must work to overcome. Shall we press on? I would follow the road to the unholy air. Unholy air. Oh, wait. Oh, you can move and cast now! Fantastic! That pleases me greatly. Yes, yes. No. You keep chugging along. Chug-a-chug. Why would you need to come all the way over here? It was here, in this wholly unremarkable place, that my mother and father met their doom. Oh. I was but a child at the time. My parents were returning from an inspection of our interests in eastern Thanalan when an untimely rockslide crushed their carriage. To this day, it is not certain if the incident was simple misfortune or an expertly planned assassination. Raubon once offered to reopen the investigation and bring me the truth I assumed I must surely crave, but I refused. Even if my parents' deaths were orchestrated by the Monitress, we could have only brought their hirelings to justice. The true villains, those who plotted to put me on the throne as a biddable puppet, were ever beyond our reach. Thus did I plan to strip the merchants of their power and place our nation in the hands of its citizens, quite unaware of the consequences my actions would have for you and yours. I shudder to think how many goodly souls paid the price for my naivety. But I am no longer a child reciting words with a witless obedience, and I will not be used as a pawn for the Monitor's damnable games. Forgive my outburst. You're one of the few people to whom I feel I can speak my mind. Come, let us return to Ul'dah and visit the Colosseum. Gladiators. From the moment I became Sultana, I found myself thrust into an endless parade of document signing and ceremonies. For years, I simply signed where I was told to sign and sat where I was told to sit, blissfully oblivious to what any of it meant. Yet one good thing did come from that ignominious chapter in my life, for it was during an official visit to the Colosseum that I first met Raubon. The match I had been invited to attend was not at all what I expected. They had pitted the Bull of Alamigo against some dozen or so rival gladiators. Blinkered though I was, I would not stand for so obvious an injustice and demanded to see a fair fight, one man against another, and my royal wish was duly granted. It was not until later that I learned of the gambling ring which had arranged for Raubon to die on the sands that day. Regardless, my intervention meant that Raubon had but a single opponent to dispatch, which he duly did, and when he kneeled before me to receive the winner's purse, he swore that he would one day offer me his blade in service. Surrounded as I was by liars and manipulators, I confessed I dismissed it as a pleasant piece of theater. But as you know, Raubon is a man of his word. Though it took him another 5 years of fighting the Blood Sands, he amassed a fortune so great as to buy not only his freedom, but a seat on the Syndicate. And then I had my blade. Yet another flashback. How many can I have today? Hello, welcome in. Welcome to the carnage. Hi. You hear him chanting his name. Oh, hello, thank you.
You mustn't! The danger is too great! Please, Your Grace, come back! I beg
Look at
of
her
you.
trotting along. Just weaving over the people.
Seems you're the one who needs looking after, Master Chef.
Oh.
Raubon!
Your Grace.
She's but a child in his arms.
So you have, and in turn, so too shall I keep mine. With your winnings, you have become one of the 6 most wealthy souls in all Uldar, and so, as tradition dictates, Raubon Aldin, you have earned yourself a seat on the Syndicate. May your new station garner you still greater glories.
I am honored, Your Grace, and vow to serve with every fiber of my being.
You do you, my friend. You do what you gotta do.
Till my last. Long live the Sultana, and long live Uldar!
That's my third flashback for the day. Feels good. Words cannot well express what that man means to me. There are others who care deeply for my well-being, of course, but Bashan's love for me is that of a grandsire for his grandchild. But upon matters of governance, I cannot turn to bodyguards and maidservants for counsel. Raubon, with his authority of the Syndicate position, was the first sword I could wield. His was the only edge which could cut the strings that bound me. Give me the money. He is quite the man, isn't he? We must make haste. My absence will not go unnoticed by the Sultan Sworn for long, and there are other places I would visit. To the Arzaneth Ossuary. The Black Mage Guild? Excuse me, Thaumaturge Guild? Well... on his arm like a bear. I was thinking more like a doll, but he was keeping her free, so I guess a bird would be more apt. Maybe more like a tamed cat. But her skirt is so poofy, like, you can't see where his hand's at. But that's just me. No, dulled. Also, hello. Welcome back. When the calamity threatened, Ralbon led the Allianced forces into battle. Oops, don't you skip on me. I prayed with all my heart that Archon Louiswell would have the power to rouse the 12. Since that day, I have made a custom of visiting the shrine during each of my little excursions. Here I seek the blessing of Thald, reflect upon my choices, and ask myself if I am fulfilling my duties as Sultana. You are rightly celebrated as a champion because you have led the line in 100 battles for the good of Eorzea. In much the same way, I believe the measure of a monarch lies in how she leads her people in times of adversary. If I am to be a Sultana worthy of the name, I cannot turn a blind eye to the troubles facing Ul'dah. I have chosen my path, Tomiko. With Alamigo now freed from Imperial chains, I finally see a way to aid the refugees. Already, many displaced Alamegans seek to begin the long trek home. To facilitate that process, I have made a small contribution. An artisan school in Ralger's Reach for any who wish to learn new trades. Realistically, however, it will take years for such training to yield tangible benefits. But we do not have years. These people will need shelter and employment if they are to survive, and this time the Ul'dah treasury shall provide. Precisely where and how to allocate the necessary funds is, of course, another question. Why not seek the advice of one who employs refugees? A wise suggestion. Mayhap a visit to the Gold Saucer is in order. Its proprietor is a member of the Syndicate, and he is one of the few who pay refugees a fair wage. I wonder, are you acquainted with Godbert Vanderville? Not yet. I have not had that pleasure just yet. Ah, well, he is a most generous man, if something of an eccentric. Let us make our way to the landing, and I will see that word is sent to the Gold Saucer. Godbert should be only too glad to receive us. The man who deigns to not wear any clothes. M-Dance. Did I get the dance? I don't think I did. I can box, though. I can study. I can be a little studious nerd. Battle stance, Eastern Bow. No, it does not look like I did. What a shame. Where is the airship landing? Not too far. Not too far. First encounter of the Godbert kind. What? Oh, that's to the Gold Saucer, okay. I have ridden aboard a public airship before, but this shall be my first visit to the Gold Saucer. I must confess to some excitement. Oh boy. Here we go. Distractions ahoy. Where did you go? Don't be enamored just yet. I had heard descriptions of its splendor, yet I never dreamed it would be so bright and inviting. No, I couldn't possibly. We did not come here to fritter away the royal coin. Godbert will be expecting us. Come, let us head directly to the lounge and ignore these gaudy temptations. She is enamored with the gaudy temptations. Hello, I've come for my daily dose of spending money. When did I get that many sponsor points? Oh, it was from Chloe, because I've been doing her shingamabob. What is you? I can't math 4, 5, 9. 9 is acceptable. Yes, yes. Sorry, Nanamo, I'll be there in like a quick second. Also, no, that is 10, which is not good. That's better. And one more for good measure. Huzzah! There's always more to be won. Yes, I am aware, thank you. Do I have? I do. Sell them all. Okay. Where the heck did you go, Chica? Where's my crystal? Yes, this is the closest one. Oh my god, he just zipped. He zippity zooped. Here. I believe this is where we are to meet Lord Manderville. Shall we sit while we await his coming? Yes, keep yourself steady so you don't get distracted. Oh, he's actually wearing clothes. Good, good. My apologies, Your Grace. I have kept you waiting. No apologies are necessary, Godbert. My request was sudden, and you were kind to make yourself available at such short notice. When the Sultana herself comes calling, there's no more important engagement. As to the purpose of my visit, I would have your thoughts on how the Crown might best aid the refugees residing in Thanalan. You are aware, I am sure, that many of Alamigo's displaced sons and daughters long to return to their newly liberated homeland. And you are also aware of how they will suffer without shelter and work to sustain them. I would use our nation's wealth to spare them that suffering. What advice have you for me on the matter of how it might best be distributed? The unusual circumstances of our meeting and your Grace's choice of companion would suggest to me a desire for an honest and unvarnished opinion, and I shall give you one. My advice to you is stop. Taxing Uldal's wealth to save Alamigan refugees is a terrible, terrible idea. You oppose my proposition? Most emphatically. I agree with your Grace that the refugees must have housing and employment, but what profit is there for Uldal in this arrangement? Profit? After all you have done for Girabani is displaced, I thought you the very last person to speak of benefit from their misfortune. Forgive me, Your Grace, but you appear to be laboring under a misapprehension. It is a fine endeavor to support one's fellow man. I fear, however, that your stance is one born of pity. Your intent is to save the refugees, is it not? For all our potential, we are indolent creatures by nature. If unconditional charity is all we know, then we will begin to rely upon it, to expect it. And then we must consider Uldal's own poor and downtrodden. Should they hear of you spending the nation's coin not to improve their lot, but to nurture the distant citizens of Alamigo, it is unlikely they will applaud your generosity. Surely it is not your Grace's intention to foster new resentments, but to spread goodwill. Indeed. Then any support I pledge to the refugees must promote self-sufficiency whilst also serving the interests of the people of Uldar. Exactly so. Such an arrangement will create a far more equitable relationship with the returning Alamegans, even as it generates the revenue required to win the approval of your subjects. You have given me much to ponder, Lord Mandeville. I thank you for your candor. I read that and I thought of onigiri, and now I really want some. Profit? The thought never even crossed my mind. But standing about lamenting my naivety will not do anyone any good. I shall consider my lesson learned and press on. Dimiko, are you by perchance acquainted with any successful merchants? If my attempt at philanthropy is obliged to reap a profit, it would seem wise to consult somebody with a knack for business. Rowena? It's the only person that comes to mind. Ordinarily I would not trust any agent of the East Aldenard Trading Company, but if you hold this Hancock fellow in high esteem, I am content to be led by you. You may repay my faith by journeying to distant Kugane and speaking with him on my behalf. Eager though I am to visit those shores, I have not the leisure for a lengthy sea voyage. Now, assuming you will travel as adventurers are wont to do, I shall await your report by the Aetherite in Uldar. A fair journey to you, Tsumiko, and a swift one, if you please. Being so demanding. I'm saving my saucy points. I have need of them. Oh, a new king on the block, you say? There's so much to do. Wait, where is my point of... Oh, I gotta go talk to Hancock. With the sword. But give me a moment and I will be right back. Right back. I lost my controller for a second. Who are you and what do you want? King of the castle. I'm king of the castle. Somebody should call me. Oh, thank heavens. I am in dire need of capable adventure and I can think of none better. Local officials have been working desperately to keep this confidential, but there is trouble in Kugane Castle. It has been overrun by a band of outlaws. What's more, they've taken hostages a number of nobles, along with the Bugyo, Kugane's highest magistrate. They are demanding the country's borders be closed off, insisting Kugane's efforts to establish ties with other countries is folly. Why, if they had their way, I imagine foreigners, or Ijin as they call them, would never set foot here ever again. Under normal circumstances, the Seki Segumi would have taken steps to immediately resolve this crisis, but they dare not do anything to put the Bugyo at greater risk. To proceed would require a decree from the Bakufu, yet I fear there is no time to send an envoy to the royal capital and back. Nevertheless, they have done their due diligence and delivered a missive. While waiting for a response, they have also called upon the East Aldenar Trading Company in an attempt to potentially expedite the rescue of the hostages. As to why they would go out of their way to contact us, well, one of the captives is from Ul'dah. It goes without saying, the repercussions of a foreign dignitary coming to harm would be dire. Because the Seki Sugumi can't yet act in an official capacity, they have asked for my assistance in assembling a small contingent to infiltrate the castle. If you would join our cause, make for the aqueducts at the Rakuza district. There is a hidden passage leading into the castle, kept under guard by the Seki Segumi. Tell them I sent you, and they will explain what you must do. Let me in. To what do I owe the pleasure? Or are you here on business? Always business with you, Hancock. I beg your pardon. Her Grace the Sultana would have my opinion on how best to invest the wealth of Ul'dah. My dear Tsimiko, I have you to thank for this recognition, I am sure. And I am flattered you came to me. Truly flattered. But why settle for a lowly apprentice when you could have the master? Upon matters of profit, there is no living soul better qualified to advise Her Grace than Chairman Lolorito, a man whose morning exertions are exertions are said to fill his garter-robe with gold. Are you saying he's got some golden shits? That'd be very uncomfortable. I would be happy to arrange a meeting for you, say, at the Scion's former headquarters in Thanalan. The Waking Sands would seem a suitably neutral venue for no negotiations, don't you think? Fare you well, Tsimiko, and may your dealings prove fruitful. Ah, businessman through and through. Ul'dah, that's where we're going back to. I'll be back here eventually to collect the rest of these quests. So much to do. I am only but a girl. Oh wait. Yes, no. There you are. Welcome back, Tsimiko. Did your merchant friend have any useful advice to share? With Lolorito? And you agreed to this? I am well aware of his standing in the field of business, but I had hoped to keep the monitors at arm's length and him in particular. Nay, I cannot live in fear of the man. I must learn how to treat with him if I am to rule Ul'dah effectively. Very well. I will meet with Lolorito. Let us go on ahead to the Waking Sands and prepare for his coming. and here I am. So this is where the Scions first congregated. I have heard many tales, but never had occasion to visit. To work then. The hour of the meeting draws near, and I will gather my thoughts. Pray see to it that we have the appointed room to ourselves. Are we going to use... Okay. Good. Minfilia's office is a sacred place. We do not put men of question there.
The Scions. This must be important business indeed. Though, if it concerns anything so underhand as an assassination, I fear I can be of little help.
A little sleazy to come out right with, but okay. Help.
You have made your point. 'Tis indeed unsettling to find oneself seated across from an impassive mask.
Yeah.
There. Would this better please your grace? Or should I address you as Lady Lilira?
Nay, the deception has served its purpose. I am glad to see you found amusement in my little jest, Lord Lolorito, but shall we proceed to the business at hand?
By all means. I must say I am most eager to hear your proposal.
Simply put, I would aid the refugees camped in Thanalan in their efforts to return to Alamigo.
My hands.
You paid in the wake of your earlier misdemeanors will be used to fund the endeavor, together with the fortune seized from the late Teleji Adeleji's estate. But this plan is not intended to benefit the displaced alone. I would make of this an investment which shall enrich Uldar and Alamigo both. And who better to consult on matters of profit than the wealthiest man in all of Thanalan? I beseech you then, Lord Lolorito, share with us your mercantile wisdom.
Teleji was abysmal. He deserved what he got.
'Twould seem your grace has matured beyond acts of earnest yet misplaced charity. Pray tell me more. To summarize, in return for facilitating the repatriation of refugees and assisting in the establishment of new industry in Alamigo, you ask that a proportion of all subsequent profits be promised to Uldar. I am impressed, Your Grace. 'Tis an elegant solution, albeit one lacking certain crucial details, specifically which industry and where.
How swiftly you identified the weakness in my plan, just as I knew you would. Your travels have taken you across the length and breadth of Gir Abania, and you know the land far better than I. Which of the settlements you visited would best provide a home for our refugees? Which has the greatest potential to flourish, given the appropriate investment?
I forgot which one it was. Which one had the stones? Or the mine, rather. Was it Alagiri? No. Yes? The Saltery is nice and all, but that one only has so much salt. Hold up. Not Alligary, it's Allegana. Say,
Yes, Quarry Town certainly does carry the potential for profit. At least it would do were it situated anywhere near a lucrative market. It would cost more to transport the materials than they are worth, in my humble opinion.
okay. The Saltery?
Ah, yes, that desolate little village on the shore of Loch Seld. I know the Saltery and its products well. The Imperial invasion brought an end to their more widespread distribution, much to the dismay of many a wealthy gourmand, myself included. Salt has ever been a transformative ingredient, and in this instance, I dare say, it could transform a modicum of effort into a mountain of gill.
Well, excuse me for not thinking salt was that important.
Need to be consulted, of course, but I trust the East Aldenar Trading Company can be relied upon to provide its assistance in negotiating a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Naturally, Your Grace. I shall dispatch representatives well-versed in the extraction of this white gold and wring every last ounce of profit from its production. The Loch's bounty will contribute to Alamigo's enrichment, whilst easing the burden on the bull's aching shoulders, just as Your Grace desired.
How does he know this? I guess it's kind of his business to know things. Quality Alamigan salt. We like our food salty. We like our boys even more salty. I fear it will be many years before I feel comfortable taking part in such negotiations. But I shall not complain. We have piqued Lolorito's interest and secured his invaluable expertise. Thank you, Tsumiko. I could not have done it without you. Leaf sushi. Give me that gold. Our course is decided. I shall return to the palace and have my ministers begin work on implementing the particulars of the plan. If I could prevail upon you one more time, Sumiko, I would ask that you convey the details of our negotiations to Commander Hext on your return to Alamigo. My thanks again. Together, we have laid the groundwork for an endeavor which promises to benefit the peoples of Alamigo and Ul'dah both. If it's not made... Where am I going? I wanted to peek at this boy over here. 'Cause he has been very quiet. You've been very quiet in the last little while, sir. You and your sandals. Like your sandals. Get that boy some shoes. Where am I going now? Back to Alamigo. Commander Hext, was it? Kamiko, you're back! What did Nanamo— Oh, sorry. Are you allowed to talk about your audience with the Sultana? Yeah. So, Ramon says he's going to return to Ul'dah, but she isn't sure he wants to. Huh. Tell us something we don't know. But I'm pleased to hear she's committed to helping our refugees come home. And this plan to revitalize the Saltery does make a lot of sense. Quite how you convinced her to seek Lolorito's help is another question. After all that has happened, he is the very last person I would expect her to turn to for advice. But on a more practical note, Lise, assuming the interim government elects to accept Ul'dah's proposal, I have one caveat I would like you to include in the bargain. Alamigo must be permitted to cover a portion of the investment. We have a fortune at our disposal after all, and allowing Ul'dah to provide the entirety of the capital would afford Lolorito too much control. Honestly, Alphino, it's like Kungane never happened. What exactly does a ruthless profiteer have to do to earn your trust? But yes, you do make a good point. First things first, though, we need to discuss the proposal with the Saltery's residents. Whisker, how do you fancy explaining the Sultana's plan to your grandfather? I'd like to hear what Watt thinks of the idea before agreeing to anything. Right away, Commander. Would you mind coming along, Sumiko? I might need you to fill in the details. Then I shall come as well. Should Watt wish to discuss figures, my knowledge on the nation's finances may prove useful. This way, there it is, okay. Oop, that is a structure. For a second, that looked like the sorting hat, and I was confused, but it is just part of statue. Semi-statue. He still looks like a mad scientist. Either he was ugly as hell, or that painting just didn't do him justice. What? What manner of mischief brings you youngins to Old Watt this time, eh? We want to rebuild the Saltery, Granddad? Sumiko, tell him about the deal. Well, bugger me. We've never had the coin or the hands to put the place back to how it was, but it sounds like that's about to change. There's just one small wrinkle in your plan. It doesn't account for all the nasties queuing up to eat anyone who goes near the shore. The king used to send soldiers to call the buggers, but the Imperials weren't about to help the likes of us. Don't worry, Granddad. We'll take care of all that. Commander Hext has been talking about starting up regular patrols, and I'm sure she'd assign me to the lock if I asked. I'd appreciate that, Whisker, my lad. Truly I would. So, does this mean you've gotten better with that blade of yours? I've been training, aye, but mostly to kill Imperials. You've some experience hunting monsters, don't you, Sumiko? Think you could cast an eye over a few of the local beasties and teach me how to deal with them? Count on me. Let's not waste any time then. I'll see you by the lock. Once you are busy attending to the local fauna, I shall have Master Watt explain to me exactly what is required to restore the Saltery to its former glory. Good hunting. Is this all salt? That is so much salt. Why is there so much salt? Right then, Sumiko. I've got a spyglass here you can use to take a closer look at these pests. Once you've got their measure, you can tell me what to do, and we'll see how well I get on. For yabbies. Soom. Shoom. Heel. No. Head. Arms. Hand. No. Leg. Tum. 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 Give me tum. Am I too zoomed in? Or is there another one I can spy? Oh, Joe. Give me that Joe. Unless there's multiple answers and I just picked the wrong one. The Abbey's entire body is protected by a hard carapace, but the underside of the head looks soft and vulnerable. You got that? Ah, looks like you found a Abbey. They say hitting their shell's like smacking a rock. Any suggestions? Just hit it as hard as you can! Yeah! We're gonna be more sensible about this. As a matter of fact, you must stab it directly under the chin. Vulnerable under the head, they are. Right then, wish me luck. Smack it. I don't wish to see poor Whisker get flailed about like a sack of potatoes. He deserves a little pick-me-up. Some fair and good smart guidance. I may not be the smartest crayon in the shed, but I can certainly kill a monster. Thanks, Imiko. I just did as you told me, and the wavekin went down like a sack of potatoes. Let's find something else. A phobid. A phobad. Phobabid. Fjabid. I think I can handle the Avies now, so we should try something different. What else is out there? Search your surroundings for phobats. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Zoom. Head, eyes. Eyes. First mouth, and then eyes. You take both of your fingers, your two fingers, and you go, yeah, right in the eyeballs. The Phobat's hands are large and powerful, but destroying its crystallized core should render the salt golem inanimate. You sense power pulsating from behind its brow. Phobat. How do I defeat one of those? You just hit it really, really hard. As hard as you can. I can't do that to him. I can't be a bad guy. I'm a good guy. I'm the warrior of light. I'm not a jokester. I'm not a bad guy. I give good and honest advice. We kill the things that need killing. That's what we do. Inside its head, is it? I'll try to stab it right between the eyes then. Why did it just deflate like a balloon? Excuse me? Good going, soldier. Got the hang of this. I just see that one over in the distance just rub something all over itself. Monster animations, man. It's not easy, fighting with the Liberator of Alamigo, watching your every move, but I got the job done. Thanks for the advice, Sumiko. I feel a lot better prepared for my patrols now. Anyway, we should head back to the Sultry before Granddad starts to worry I've been snipped to pieces and fed to a Yabby's hatchlings. Hamster noises. All I can hear is the shrill, terrified squeak of a hamster, because that's all mine ever did was just screech at the top of its lungs. Kind of like a guinea pig, but smaller. I see you've returned in one piece. Dealt with those beasties then, did you? I fought them myself. After a bit of instruction from Sumiko here, once I've shared what I've learned with the others, we should have no trouble keeping the shoreline clear. Unmitigated hamster rage. I enjoyed having a pet hamster, but God am I glad it's gone. It was a little nightmare and it bit me so many times, but it was so cute. Anyway. Good lad. A fine young man you've become, Weisker. A fine young man indeed. Hello. Welcome. Welcome to the show. You and your lava-hot horse. Too often of late I hear tales of folk over in the city drunk on victory and hungry for revenge, their heads stuck firmly in the past. But we need to set our sights on the future, on things which will improve our lot, things like getting the Sultry ready to welcome our long-lost countrymen. Assist us. The measure of his reach. More Garlean anthems? I think not. No, that one's not an anthem. I think. It seems Weisker has the Sultry security well in hand. I, meanwhile, have discussed the next steps with Master Watt and completed my inspection of the site. With a little work, the vacant buildings here could be made into very presentable dwellings. I wonder, does the rain taste salty in this region? Message from General Aldine. Apologies for the interruption, miss, but the General would speak with you at your earliest convenience. Do not feel obliged to wait around on my account. I will remain here and hammer out the finer details with Watt and act as an intermediary with our business partners in Ulda. You should go. Everything tastes salty in this region. Everything. The tears, the rain, sweat and blood. Salt. Salt through and through. Even the rock candy. Salty. Sweet and salty. Sweet and salty is actually a pretty good combination. I like the sweet and salty. I will remain here. Yes. General Dean asks that you wait for him by the main gate at the Alamigan Quarter. My apologies again, miss. Fare you well. Run along. Be out of here. Rock candy's not even rock candy. It's just a sugar, not sugar, a salt cube. Just salt rock. Crunch. Mmm, salty. The baby burb. I still have to get my Pegasus. That is a white mage only thing, if I recall correctly. Or no, it's not the Pegasus, it's the unicorn. The unicorn is a white mage thing, yes. even more creatures of the dark. Thank you for all the likes. I just saw a blast of those. That brings me much joy and happiness. Much happy joyness. I will not go over this time. I will be a good, respectable citizen and mind my boundaries. Well, well, women such as you hardly need an introduction. Will you be coming inside? Ugh. I won't be coming anywhere, thank you. I will be going, however, inside. All the hearts! Ooh! Blessed be thy soul. Where did the rain go? Excuse me? I needed to see the stars for this very moment.
People are screaming for the butcher's blood again. No sooner have we broken up one mob than another forms. Thankfully, all have been amenable to reason, thus far.
Thus far?
But it is no concern of yours. We must speak of the men Arenvald and his comrades apprehended in the peaks.
By their uniforms, the captives were first judged to be Imperial troops. But after further investigation, their true identities came to light.
Such
I
being?
dare say you remember Yuyuhasi and Laurentius, the fugitives who conspired with Captain Ilberd in the Crystal Brave's betrayal. Aye, well, it would seem they followed him all the way to the wall. It was they who orchestrated the slaughter of the resistance fighters prior to the Griffin's infernal ritual.
Were it in your hands, how would you punish these men?
Don't ask me this. I didn't even have the heart to play a joke on poor Whisker. I don't even think that's how you say his name, but that's his name now, is Whisker. They're not redeemable like Bertola. They're not. I say kill them! Kill them all!
Hear, hear. There is no more fitting sentence for the perpetrators of such a massacre, and that is but one of their crimes.
Exactly.
In any event, I thank you for your honesty. When the time comes for the Alliance to pass judgment, I'll see that your opinion is heard.
Thank you. I've suffered far too much because of them.
That concludes our business here. But there is more I would say. Walk with me.
Tell me your thoughts, Rabon. I wish to know your deepest secrets. Are we up here? Imagine if you just decided to throw me off the edge.
I bear a share of the blame for Ilberd's atrocities. Had I openly supported the cause of Alamegan liberation, he might not have felt driven to do what he did. Things could have been different, and I'm sorry they aren't. But even after all that has happened, my homeland is free. With the Scions and the Alliance at their side, my countrymen have reclaimed what many thought lost forever. Under her new leadership, I have every confidence that Alamigo will emerge from the shadow of the Empire and rise once more to greatness. Which means my work here is done. Soon I will return to Uldar and take my place at the Sultana's side.
No, you won't.
Father...
Not if I have anything to say about it.
I'll not deny there's a part of me that wants to stay. The same part that contemplated renouncing my rank and joining you as a wandering sellsword.
Imagine Raubon as an adventurer.
But I pledged my blade to none more. and I will not betray that oath.
Is this truly what you want, Father?
It is. Ever has my sword been hers to command, and ever shall it remain. Thank you for lending an ear. When all the rest are clamoring for me to stay, I trust you'll send me on my way.
I don't know. You're putting too much faith in me. I kinda want you to stay too. And so the rain returns. Oh, goodbye. No, it took longer than I intended, but at least you know where I stand. Now that's settled, Arenvald, what news? We may have a problem, sir. A group of Ananta has arrived at the main gates, and I don't mean the Vera. They're the Kalyana, the ones that summoned the Primal. They're insisting they be allowed to attend the council. Lise is trying to reason with them, but she may need help. An invitation was extended to all the native beast tribes, but we assumed the Kalyana would refuse it out of hand. We had best go and see for ourselves. Pippin, take command of our forces and be ready for battle. Sumiko, you've dealt with these Kalyana before. I'd have you at my side. Are they north? Where are they at? Ah. A blissful arrival. These walls be steep. Hey, if they're not tempered anymore, then, you know, what's the harm? What could possibly go wrong? Rabon, Sumiko. Gods, it's good to see you. I got the names mixed up. Ah, the Slayer has come. We have not forgotten how you sinned against the Lady of Bliss, but we did not come here to shed blood. You claim to seek harmony with all who call Girabani a home. If this is truly your wish, you will welcome us as envoys of the Ananta. It is our wish, and you are welcome, but we cannot condone the summoning of primals. If you want to enter the palace, I ask that you first surrender any crystal jewelry. You have my word that it will be returned to you all when the meeting is over. We will not do as you ask, but you will not have our weapons. We will do as you ask, but you will not have our weapons. We are not so foolish as to place ourselves entirely at the mercy of our tormentors. I reckon that's the closest we're going to get to a compromise, and we will have people standing guard. Aye, let them keep their swords. Then we have an agreement. Lead the way to your meeting chamber. Why do I have a feeling we've welcomed a viper into our midst? Maybe we have? It's a little toy Rabon. Detachable arm optional. Whew, okay. This Kalyana Elder's intention seems at odd with all we know of her tribe. What do you think, Sumiko? Yeah. has said that once a creature has fallen under the sway of a primal, there is no salvation, and I strongly doubt the Kalyana have suddenly broken free of Lakshmi's will. Whatever the truth, I would take no chances. The guard must be strengthened, ideally with people who know a thing or two about primals. Can we rely on scions? You got it. I'll round up our comrades and send them to the Alamigan quarter. You can go on ahead if you like, Dumiko. My thanks. I will see you in the palace. And back we return. This rainbowy flush of greenery and color just compared up against the doom and gloom of rain and thunder. Oh wait, where am I going? Here. Yeah. It's a Stola. It's been a while. Timiko, I've brought reinforcements. Arenvald told me the arrival of our unexpected guests, and I agreed that it would be prudent to call upon Ishtola and Thancred as well. One can never be too careful when dealing with the enthralled. I am not familiar with the Kalyana tribe myself, but Alize's report suggested that they shunned contact with other races, despised it, in fact, even compared to other Ananta. Indeed, this apparent reversal of attitude is most curious. No one expected a response to our invitation, much less an envoy, and I imagine Lise was forced to make some rather hasty arrangements in order to accommodate them. Speaking of which, how should we deploy ourselves? If the meeting is to be held in the throne room, it would seem wise to have eyes both inside and outside the palace. Ishtola and I can stand guard without. That leaves the three of you to keep watch over proceedings in the throne room itself. You got it, Chief. Understood. We should join General Aldine inside then. Himiko, do you know the rear entrance to the palace? It's on the eastern edge of the city, at the top of the stairs. The guard there should have been instructed to let us pass. I get to be in a castle. It's not a castle, it's a palace. There's a difference. What that difference is, I am not known to such specifications. But there is a difference. Yep. You know what the scions, miss? General Dean left orders that you were to be escorted inside. If you'll follow me.
Thank you all for coming. I am Lise Hext, and I speak for the Resistance. Among you are village elders, refugee leaders, envoys from the Ananta and the Kikern.
Kikern,
You've come
okay.
from every corner of Girabania to help decide the future of Alamigo. But before that, I want to ask you a question. What was the first thing you noticed when you came in? For me, it was that empty throne. It has no one to sit on it now. No viceroy, no king. Would any of you like to take their place? Or should someone else sit there? Then let's sit here in a circle, as equals, and I hope, as friends.
Hold hands in a friendship circle.
Expertly done. Lys has removed monarchy as a choice early in the game and positioned them to consider a joint government. All things considered, I would say events have got off to a fine start.
He just had to say something, didn't he?
And that is Alagana's stance on the matter.
Thank you, Ragenfrid. Another vote in favor. Next, let's hear from Shanti of the Kalyana. Tell us, how do your people feel about the idea of a republic?
Yananta, wish only that those who dwell within Gia Abania devote themselves to our faith.
Here we go.
You shall all worship Sri Lakshmi! Lady of Bliss, grace us once more with your beauteous visage!
Oh my lord.
This can't be happening. No crystals were allowed through the door.
We can worry about the how of it later. We need to evacuate these people right now, or the Primal will make thralls of them all.
It's up to us.
There is no coming back from being a thrall, I suppose. Get that poor girl out of there, like, yesterday.
God damn it! The guards were already turned! Fools!
No moonstone, Carbuncle?
No, you don't!
See us all enthralled.
Then they're going to be sorely disappointed. We have the Warrior of Light and Arenvald to shield us.
Aye, but they can't well defend your guests and attack the Primal, can they? We're stuck on the back foot.
Alright, I think I have an idea. Keep these people safe, General. I'll be back as soon as I can.
No penny shot from Lys. Alright.
Yeah, whatever she's about, she'd best make it quick. Come then. Who will be next to die on my steel?
Ooh. Alright. No, damn it. If I think about it like that, we've already lost. I have the Warrior of Light at my side. We can do this. Isn't that right, Sumika? Okay. Dispel Aether Spheres. Got it. I can see everything from here. Boys? Alright.
I'll create peace and serenity.
It's like Dance Dance Revolution.
I shall feed from your hate.
No, thank you. Did I do it? Okay. I thought I failed for a moment.
Damn it all! It's only a matter of time before we miss one.
Like a ghost.
What of it? Do you want to kill this thing or not?
Yes. Yes, please. Ooh. Let's not hurt the actual people. All right. No, thank you. All right, you two, go on. There we go. Alright. Everybody is out. We can fight to our heart's content. active time maneuver. I'm gonna pay attention this time, because the last time there was one of these, I couldn't. Two for one.
Not your soul's way heavy?
Yeah, but it ain't your call to make. Oh shit. Don't come here. Well. We're getting somewhere. Well, we aren't hitting very hard, are we?
Here it comes.
Ah. We had to give Lisa a moment to shine. And even in death, she is graceful.
We did it! We beat her!
Yay! The fourth flashback today.
What is this?
I'm only gonna say this once. The Ananta just summoned their primal in the throne room. My friends are fighting her, but they need help. They need someone with the Echo, and by the gods, I wish I had it, but I don't. I told you before that you still had time, but things have changed. I need your answer now. You can end it like Xenos, or you can fight for Alamigo. Your choice.
Not much of a choice, but still a choice.
Seven hells. It's her. The butcher.
The Kikirin are cute, and I wish to squish their face. I don't know that.
It's done. Take me back to my cell.
You are not forgiven. Not you. You I will never forgive. But I will thank you. For standing against a primal and saving us from servitude. You have my thanks.
Some good news, at the very least. Well fought, Timiko. Arenvald. That was a near thing. Our stand against the Kaliana would have been brief indeed had you not volunteered for guard duty. We'd be enthralled as surely as our sentries were. They must have planned this far in advance. Security was my responsibility, and I know how dangerous primals can be. I should have... it's all my fault. My stupid mistake. Nay, alas, we were all caught unawares. We will take this as a lesson and watch our own more carefully in future. You can be sure that the lackeys who smuggled the crystals into the throne room weren't the only thralls in our ranks. The soldiers who first spoke up in favor of the Kaliana keeping their weapons springs to mind. A primal servant is betrayed by Azora. If you mean to conduct an investigation, I can identify any others acting under Sri Lakshmi's influence. Thanks, Y'shtola. We'd appreciate the help. Speaking of help, I almost fell over when Ford Olaf turned up. What was she even doing here? I asked her to come. Well, that explains it then. It's sad, but Ragnfried was right. Her victims will never forgive her for what she's done. But I don't think Fordilla picked up that sword looking for forgiveness. She just wanted to fight for her country. If you say the world in which Fordilla grew up is partly to blame for what she became, then as an Alamegan, I feel responsible for improving that world. We can't ignore what's happening right now. We have to show people a better way than vengeance, or we risk giving birth to a new generation of skulls. I know it's idealistic, but I want to help people to let go of their old grievances and make peace with each other. And I'll hold 1,000 meetings and talk until I'm blue in the face, if that's what it takes. It is a long and arduous path you have chosen, but one well worth taking. Rest assured that I will do what I can to help you reach your destination. Thank you, Alphino. The first step will be to get our representatives back in the throne room. They're a little shaken, but not one of them seemed ready to run. We're all determined to finish what we started. I will see that you're not interrupted. Tsumiko, you and the Scions are to stand down. Get some rest. You've earned it.
A fine spot to contemplate the heavens. The meeting is over. The envoys have chosen to instate a government model on Ishgard's House of Commons, a ruling body of representatives elected by the people. It is a fair decision, and one which signals the end of my part in all this. But I would gaze upon Girabania's stars one last time before I leave.
I just realized the arm that he lost is the one that he held Nanamo with. Well then, their little private rendezvous.
Forget something? Your Grace, there was no word.
Raubon Aldin, you are hereby dismissed as General of the Immortal Flames and relieved of your seat on the Syndicate.
But, Your Grace...
Raubon, I am no longer a child. Stay here in your homeland. Work with your brethren. Rebuild Alamigo.
You desire to stand alone. I understand, but remember what happened.
I remember full well the consequences of my naivety, and thus did I consult at length with a most trusted advisor ere I embarked upon this course.
A most trusted advisor? And what of me? Am I no longer deserving of your confidence?
What trust can there be between us when you withhold the truth from me? Did you think me oblivious to the anguish in your eyes when you spoke of returning to Uldar? For years and years, we have trusted one another. Yet now you refuse to confess your heart's desire?
I swore an oath to you that day on the sands. I pledged my sword.
And it has served me well. But in Pippin you have forged a new sword, as sharp and deadly as the blade you bequeathed him. I will show you a Sultana who can wield every weapon at her disposal, including Lolorito and his monetarist cronies. So follow your heart, please. You are home. You are free.
Nanamo.
Smile for me, Raubon. I would have this parting be a joyous one.
Thank you, Your Grace. It has been an honor to serve you and Uldar.
Tomorrow you will serve Alamigo and fight for the good of all Eorzea. Am I understood?
Yes, Your Grace.
B.
Thanks for shielding us from Lakshmi, you two. If you hadn't been there, the rest of us would be worshipping her by now.
You're kind to include me, Lise, but we both know who did most of the work. I could scarce keep track of the battle, let alone land a telling blow. No shame in admitting it. The Warrior of Light has put far better men than me in the shade.
Did I mention that I encountered the Sultana in the palace? It would seem Her Grace has come to Giribania to oversee the final stages of her relocation project.
Not just that.
She was in search of General Oldin, and I directed her to the rooftop garden. I do hope he was still there.
Are you in the habit of gossiping about the affairs of royalty, Master Leveilleur?
Certainly not, Your Grace. I was merely informing my companions.
Be at ease, Alphino. 'Twas only a jest. But I must yield the floor to Raubon. He has an important announcement to make.
As of yesternight, I have been relieved of my post in the Immortal Flames and the Syndicate both.
It took a second for them to
I shall
settle
be
in.
assuming my father's duties. And may I say that Tizona has never felt heavier upon my back.
Twould seem I am in need of employment. Mayhap one of my old acquaintances can introduce me to a mercenary company or some such.
You may be getting on in years, Father, but you'd struggle to find a band of sellswords who wouldn't snap your hand off. Your remaining hand.
Yes, the bull of Alamigo need not be put out to pasture just yet.
Your Grace has developed a wicked edge to her humor. And you, Pippin, would do well not to laugh when the future may hold the same for you.
So, does this mean you're staying?
Aye. That seems to be the way of it. I would be glad to aid you in rebuilding our nation, if you'll have me.
As if that's a question.
If, he says. Welcome home, Rauban.
God, his hands are humongous.
Well, that was unexpected. Though you seem distinctly unsurprised.
Me?
Either you are more astute than I give you credit for, or I'm losing my touch. In any event, one thing is certain. Alamigo will rejoice at the homecoming of her dearest son.
I think this is as good a spot as any to call it here for today. So thank you everybody for hanging out with me. I will see you all again next week in our next stream. I have been contemplating switching up what I play moving forward, but I haven't settled on quite what I want to change to just yet. So if you have any ideas or you would like to see me play anything in particular, I would love to hear your thoughts if you can leave comments down below. Otherwise, I will see you next week. Bye bye!